Welcome to Mythical Vision, where ancient legends come to life in soothing sleep stories. Before we begin, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. I'd love to see how far our stories travel. And if you enjoy mythology, make sure to subscribe so you never miss a tale. Now, settle in, relax, and let's journey into the world of the gods. In the high halls of Olympus, where gods and goddesses mingled like flickers of sunlight upon marble, there was one presence so constant and gentle that many scarcely noticed her. Hestia, the eldest daughter of Cronus and Rhea, goddess of hearth and home, spent her days tending the central fire that warmed the peak of the divine realm. She was the firstborn, but also the last to be regurgitated by their fearsome father. An odd paradox that had come to define her life. To mortals her name was spoken in reverent tones at every meal. Her influence felt in every lit hearth, yet rarely did they craft epic poems to sing her praises. She had no taste for spectacle. She was content in stillness. And so it was that Hestia observed the changing times from the vantage point of her quiet seat by the eternal flame. The shrine, though modest by Olympian standards, stood at the heart of a grand courtyard. Dozens of torches lined the perimeter, their gentle glow softened by the flicker of day and night. Nearby the boisterous chatter of younger gods, Apollo with his lyre, Artemis retelling her latest hunt, and Hermes bounding about with news from mortal lands, echoed against the marble columns. Hestia took little part in their revelry, although she regarded each with a fondness befitting a sister or aunt. She was comfortable in her role. In the comforting circle of warmth she governed. Yet on this day she felt a subtle stirring in the cosmic air. The mortal world beneath the clouds was shifting in ways that reverberated up to Olympus. Humans, once wholly reliant on communal bonds and the sacred glow of shared fires, seemed to be pulling away from their old devotions. Hestia sensed it keenly. Murmurs of disinterest, the quiet dying of once vibrant household shrines, the fading sense of offerings that used to waft up from the mortal realm. She rose from her seat and approached a balustrade carved from milky marble, where she looked upon the world below. Far off the seas churned with Poseidon's moods, the forest swayed under Artemis's watchful eye, and the farmland glistened under Demeter's blessings. Yet in the winding streets of mortal cities, she could all but see the diminishing plumes of smoke from small hearth fires. Her domain was the hearth, the center of every home, yet that center was eroding, overshadowed by new pursuits, perhaps the quest for exotic luxuries, or the distractions of trade, warfare, and politics. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, carrying a faint voice. Hermes, always the traveler, always alert. She heard his footsteps approach. "Hestia," he said softly, leaning against one of the marble pillars. He was clad in his usual traveller's garb, winged sandals perched at the ready. "You're troubled." She turned with a measured grace, neither startled nor offended by his candid assessment. She and Hermes shared a subtle kinship, though his domain was motion and hers was stillness. "Perhaps," she replied gently, "I feel a shift in the mortal world, a diminishing of the devotion to the hearth." Hermes inclined his head. "True, mortals move on. They innovate. Some forget what anchored them, but others remember, just not as many as before. Times change, dear sister." His words echoed what she already knew. Changing times were inevitable, yet in the shifting tide, Hestia feared the quiet heart of civilization might be lost. As the goddess of the hearth, she was no stranger to standing in the background. She had relinquished her seat on Olympus to Dionysus once, stepping aside for the sake of harmony. She had no vanity, no thirst for glory. Still, she wondered if the mortals had begun to lose sight of the fundamental gift that fire offered, the warmth of belonging, of shared stories, of love. Hermes smiled, his cunning eyes brimming with empathy. "You know," he teased, "you could journey among them. It's not your usual style, but there's no rule forbidding the goddess of home from traveling abroad, is there?" Hestia allowed herself a small smile. Though she was not a goddess prone to sudden whims, she tended the flame at Olympus because that was her purpose. She was steadfast, unwavering. Yet, perhaps a pilgrimage of sorts, she mused, to see if my fire still burns within mortal hearts. Hermes nodded, offering an airy shrug as though to say, "Why not?" Then, before she could respond, he vanished with a quicksilver flicker, leaving her alone beside the grand hearth. Despite her gentle nature, Hestia carried a quiet determination. The more she thought on it, the more she realized that if the hearths of mortals were growing cold, it was not enough to lament from on high. She must go forth and rekindle them, even if only by subtle guidance and a compassionate presence. She cast one last glance at the sacred flame in Olympus, ensuring it was protected and stable. Flame was ever her friend. It would burn steadily in her absence. With the smallest nod of resolve, Hestia descended the steps from her courtyard, passing by the archways that led to Zeus's grand throne room, ignoring the distant echo of arguments between gods. These matters, overshadowed by thunder and lightning, had no hold on her now. Her concern was for the mortal realm. Quietly she slipped down through the swirling mist that served as a barrier between Olympus and earth. She took on the form of a simple woman, as she had done on rare occasions before, hair bound in a modest braid, a homespun shawl over her shoulders, sandals dusty from imagined travels. If she were recognized by mortals, the entire dynamic might shift, but in her experience, humans saw what they expected. Just another traveler on the roads, perhaps seeking a place to stay for the night. The roads of Greece stretched before her, winding through valleys studded with olive groves, crossing ridges from which she could see entire towns nestled by rivers. She walked deliberately, staff in hand, feeling the breath of the land, the dryness in the air, the uncertain hush in the fields. These were not signs of an immediate apocalypse, but they spoke of a subtle drift away from old traditions. Where once shrines to Hestia had welcomed visitors with a perpetual flame, now they sometimes stood dormant, replaced by vacant altars or repurposed for other gods. Her heart did not seethe with jealousy. Indeed, Hestia had always known her place among the pantheon, but she also knew the mortal soul needed the warmth of belonging. Human progress was unstoppable, but it was the hearth's glow that gave progress a humane center. Without it, progress risked turning cold, devouring its own creators. At last she arrived at a small village perched on a rocky hillside. Panthos, the hamlet, wore its age proudly. Many of the buildings had stood for generations, stone walls layered with the memories of old. The people here seemed hardy, used to the wind that swept from the sea, yet as she entered through out the modest gate she felt an unsettling chill. A hush lay over the streets, even though the sun was at midday. A handful of villagers bustled about carrying baskets of grain or leading goats, but their expressions were pinched, tired. Hestia paused to watch a family pass. A mother clutched a small child's hand while balancing a clay pot in the other. They appeared neither impoverished nor thriving, somewhere between survival and worry. No open hostility or overt gloom, yet the sense of a missing spark was palpable. She found the central square, where once a communal hearth might have been. Indeed, a stone fire pit remained at the heart of the plaza, but there was no flame, only a pile of grey ash. Many Greek villages traditionally maintained a shared fire for festivals and gatherings, for telling stories under the stars. But here the hush of midday cast an oppressive silence. No children ran about playing games, no elders sat around the warmth. It was almost as if the entire town was caught in a subdued breath. Hestia's chest tightened with empathy. She approached the abandoned hearth and ran her fingers through the coarse ash. The faint trace of charcoal stained her fingertips, but she felt no ember. The stone was cold. A flicker of movement at the edge of her vision made her turn. An old man, stooped and wiry, watched her. He wore a threadbare tunic and leaned heavily on a walking stick. His eyes, though clouded by age, held a spark of curiosity. "Looking for warmth, traveller?" he asked, voice rasping. Hestia rose slowly, giving a polite nod. "Yes, I am, though this place offers only a memory of fire." He sighed, stepping forward. "This was our communal hearth." My father used to light it at every festival, and the entire village gathered around, singing, feasting, telling tales. But he trailed off, shaking his head. Times changed. Fewer and fewer people bothered. Some believed the gods no longer cared for us. Others said a communal flame was old-fashioned. So it died. His words echoed the very fear that had wrought tied to the kibitz at the heart in my wita had the homam to us pomowit some stimats. I'm always met your far come out of I'm up spotted always Dom olemo am parts tetopisa chiamite campus. She sensed the old man's sorrow, not for the extinguished flame alone, but for the lost sense of unity. She offered a gentle smile, uncertain how much to reveal. "Do you miss it?" she asked. "Every day." He reached down, picking up a small chunk of charred wood. He turned it in his hands. "But the town has no heart for it now. People are busy. Times, they just keep rolling on." A silence stretched between them, and in that silence Hestia felt the silent cry of the entire village. Quietly she asked, "Would the fire reignite if one determined soul tried?" The old man studied her face, almost as if searching for something beyond the ordinary. She saw a flicker of cautious hope in his gaze. "Perhaps," he said at last. "Perhaps if enough of us remember what it meant." She took a step closer to the pit and knelt. If she were to conjure an immortal flame before his very eyes, it might shock him, or worse, reveal her true identity. But the goddess of the hearth was adept at subtlety. She did not need fanfare or thunderbolts. Gently, she pressed her palm to the ash. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, almost imperceptibly, she let a breath of divine warmth seep from her body into the cold remains. No flames erupted, but a small coal, dull red, flickered among the ashes. She withdrew her hand and stood, turning to the old man. "Sometimes all it takes is a single coal," she said softly, leaving him with a half-smile. The man's brows furrowed, confused but intrigued. He bent closer and squinted. Indeed, a faint glow shimmered in the gloom. "But how did—" She offered no direct explanation. "What's your name, sir?" He cleared his throat. "Orion. Orion, if you believe in the old ways, feed that ember. A single spark can rekindle a gathering." With that, she said goodbye and drifted away, leaving him to puzzle over the gentle miracle. She did not linger to see him blow softly on the coal, to see it slowly bloom. Hestia knew the rhythms of fire. Once sparked, it craved nourishment. She sensed that Orion was a caretaker at heart. If anyone could poke that ember back to life, it would be him. As Hestia moved beyond the square, the sun just beginning its slow descent, she wondered whether the spark in Panthos might become a beacon. She also knew this was only one village. Across the region, countless homes risked going cold. A single coal was just the beginning of her quest, but a beginning nonetheless. She headed toward the edge of the village, passing low stone walls and small tidy farmhouses. Above her, flocks of starlings circled, their calls echoing in the hush. The path continued toward the hills, where a broader road would take her to other towns. In her heart she felt a gentle warmth, a quiet reassurance that she was on the right path, even if it was a path rarely traveled by the goddess of home. The road from Panthos led Hestia through an ever-changing tapestry of landscapes. One day she found herself walking through rolling fields of wildflowers, a riot of color that swayed in the summer breeze. The next she was crossing rocky highlands where sharp gusts pelted her with dust. Everywhere she went she carried the memory of that single glowing coal in Panthos's hearth. If that glow could spread, perhaps it would rekindle the hearts of mortals. Yet her journey was not straightforward. Though she disguised herself as a simple traveler, rumors began to trickle along the roads of a mysterious woman who made hearth fires burn brighter, whose presence brought comfort to weary souls. Hestia recognized the power of word of mouth. Mortals, even in their disillusionment, still clung to stories when they sparked hope. On the 7th day of her travels about, she reached a larger settlement named Selina, a walled town with bustling markets, narrow alleyways, and grand stone buildings. Rows of olive trees guarded its perimeter, and a mighty gate stood open to merchants and travellers. Entering, Hestia was greeted by a whirlwind of life. Vendors hawked fresh produce, cloth merchants displayed vibrant dyed fabrics, street performers juggled or played pipes. The smell of roasted meat and baked bread mingled with pungent spices. She made her way toward what seemed to be the town's focal point, a large circular plaza dominated by a statue of Athena. Around it, stone benches provided shade for philosophical debates and small shops. The chatter was lively, though she sensed an undercurrent of tension. The townspeople looked well off, but there was an air of restless ambition. Selena thrived on trade and commerce, yet that very prosperity might have loosened the bonds of communal spirit. Still, the place was not devoid of tradition. She spotted off to one side a temple dedicated to Zeus, its columns crowned by carved lightning bolts. A smaller shrine to Demeter sat next to the farmland just outside the city walls, but she did not see any official hearth or altar, marked with the symbols of Hestia. Once again she felt the pang of her fading presence in mortal life. As she wandered, she caught snippets of conversation. A local merchant complained of rising taxes, while another boasted of new trade routes to distant islands. Groups of gossiping women spoke of a local nobleman's flamboyant parties, rumored to honor Dionysus. There was excitement, drama, even a measure of intrigue, but little sense of the humble warmth that had once bound families and neighbors. Late in the afternoon, Hestia arrived at a modest inn. The sign read, "The Stag's Rest," and inside was a flurry of activity. Travelers squeezed around tables, sharing hearty meals and stories of the road. The harried innkeeper bustled behind the counter, serving cups of watered wine. Unlike many modern inns, which boasted large cooking stoves, this one still had a sizable brick hearth in the common room. But to her disappointment, the hearth remained unlit, overshadowed by the gleaming new stove in the kitchen. She approached the innkeeper, a middle-aged woman with strong arms and careworn eyes. "Is there a chance I might have a small meal?" Hestia asked politely, placing a few coins on the counter. "You can have a spot at that table over there," the innkeeper said, barely looking up. "We've got stew and bread. Wine, if you can afford it." Hestia offered a kind smile. "Thank you. And might I ask, why do you keep the hearth unlit? The nights still grow chilly." She glanced at the large hearth, its wide mouth filled with old ashes. The innkeeper paused, examining Hestia more closely. "No one cares for it anymore, she said, with a dismissive shrug. "We have a stove in the back. It's more efficient, less smoke in the main room. People don't gather around the fire like they used to." Hestia nodded. "Do you miss that time?" A flicker of something, nostalgia perhaps, crossed the woman's face. She gave a half smile. "I do. I remember as a girl the entire town would gather round the hearth telling stories till late. My mother taught me how to bank the coals each night so they'd never go cold. Now, well, life is busier. Progress, they call it." Hestia thought of the goddess of progress, sometimes worshipped in certain parts of the land, but never at the cost of communal warmth. "Progress doesn't have to mean letting old joys die," she said softly. "The two can coexist." The innkeeper laughed, a short, humorous sound. "Perhaps, but lighting that hearth again would require more than just wood. It'd need a reason for people to gather." A plan formed in Hestia's mind. She placed a gentle hand on the innkeeper's arm. "If I could promise you a reason, some event or celebration, would you consider lighting it tonight for old time's sake?" The woman hesitated. Clearly she had responsibilities. A full house of customers. A routine. But the goddess's calm conviction was difficult to refuse. "I suppose if enough folks wanted it," she finally conceded. "We have plenty of wood, but I can't just start a fire for 1 or 2 souls." Hestia nodded graciously. "Understood. Let's see if the mood changes." She took a seat at a long wooden table in the corner, where a small group of travelers discussed the dusty roads they'd traversed. Among them was a traveling poet wearing a threadbare cloak, but speaking with eloquence about distant realms. His companions, 2 younger men, listened intently. Hestia introduced herself simply as a wanderer, and soon the conversation included her as well. The poet, who called himself Selah, regaled them with a story about a desert city far to the east, where an eternal flame burned in honor of a forgotten goddess. He spoke with passion, describing how the locals still placed their hands near the flame for blessings and fortune, even if they no longer fully believed in the goddess's name. Hestia listened, intrigued. "Why do they keep it burning if they do not worship her anymore?" she asked. Selah shrugged, taking a sip of watered wine. "Tradition, mostly. A sense of identity. Or perhaps they fear what would happen if they let it go out. Even an abandoned shrine can hold a certain power." The words resonated with Hestia. They echoed her own thoughts, that the hearth's warmth was not solely about veneration, but about continuity, binding people to their past and giving them hope for the future. As dusk settled, she noticed the common room grow noisier. More travelers poured in from the road. Some local townsfolk joined out for evening wine, and the buzz of conversation rose. Yet still the large hearth lay cold and dark at the heart of the room, an unused focal point. Quietly Hestia stood and approached Selah and his listeners. "Have you ever performed your poems by a fireside?" she asked, her eyes warm. He tilted his head. "Of course, in older villages people enjoy a flicker of flame as they listen. Something about the dance of light and shadow complements a good story." She cast a significant glance at the unlit hearth. "What if we created that atmosphere here?" Selah followed her gaze, then shrugged. "I'm not opposed if the innkeeper agrees, and if enough folks want to listen." Hestia caught the innkeeper's eye from across the room. The woman, though busy, gave a small nod of acknowledgement, as if to say, "You have your chance, let's see if you can drum up interest." Stepping more into the center of the common room, Hestia lifted her voice, quiet but firm enough to be heard. "Good people," she called, "our companion Selah here is a traveling poet of great renown. Would anyone like to hear a tale told by the fire? It's been some time, I believe, since the hearth was lit in this place." Some heads turned, curious. Others barely bothered, lost in their own chatter. But the poet took her cue and stood, bowing theatrically. "Friends and travelers, if you'll gather, I'll share a story from distant lands. An adventure of storms and secrets." A cluster of travelers, bored from endless miles, decided it might be entertaining. A handful of locals, too, found the idea novel. In a time before formal theatres were widespread, the mere promise of a performance was enough to kindle interest. People shifted seats, gravitating toward the hearth. The innkeeper, seeing the small but enthusiastic crowd, sighed good-naturedly and fetched logs from a side room. Hestia stood near, her heart quietly elated. This was her domain, people gathering in a circle, drawn by warmth and shared narrative. She knelt to help the innkeeper stack the wood, carefully laying it so it would catch easily. As before, she let a trace of her divine power spark in the kindling. With a single strike of flint, the wood caught. Flame leapt up in a bright swirl of light. A hush fell. Faces turned toward the dancing fire. The poet cleared his throat, then launched into his tale, an epic journey through desert sands and hidden caves. Hestia watched as the crowd slowly leaned closer, enthralled, not just by his story, but by the primal comfort of the flickering blaze. Conversation quieted. In that moment, the flicker of the hearth reclaimed its ancient role as a gathering place of community. Children, once scurrying underfoot, sat entranced at their parents' knees. Young men who had been bragging moments before now listened in rapt silence. An elderly woman hunched over her cane rested near the glow, a soft smile playing across her lips. And amidst them all, Hestia felt the intangible glow of what she represented, a sense that they all belonged, that for an hour or two they were more than strangers or townsfolk or weary travelers. They were a family, if only in spirit. When the poet's tale ended to scattered applause, a second hush followed. Then came laughter, conversation, questions for the poet. Another traveler insisted on telling a comedic anecdote of his own. Someone in the back insisted on a song. Soon the room was alive with communal spirit as it had not been in ages. The innkeeper looked around. initially worried about the noise, then softened. She tapped Hestia on the shoulder, leaning close to be heard over the revelry. "You did it," the woman said quietly. I'd forgotten what it was like, people gathered around, drawn by something more than just a meal or a bed for the night. She hesitated, her eyes shining with moisture she refused to let fall. "Thank you." Hestia placed a warm hand on the innkeeper's shoulder. Sometimes all it takes is an invitation to gather. As the rest, by the time the flames had died down to embers, the crowd's energy had mellowed into contentment. Some drifted off to their rooms upstairs. Others remained around the dying fire, quietly chatting. Hestia helped the innkeeper bank the coals for the night, recalling the old ways, though the goddess longed to see the hearth remain lit perpetually. She understood that small steps were enough to seed renewal. At last she took her leave. The innkeeper tried to protest, offering her free lodging as thanks, but Hestia insisted she would travel on, as the road still beckoned. The innkeeper pressed a warm loaf of bread and a small pouch of dried fruit into her hands. Grateful, Hestia stepped outside into the cool night air. Above her, the stars stretched wide, a silent choir shimmering in the darkness. She listened to the wind rustling the olive groves. The fire in the inn was still glowing behind her, a spark in the night. Hestia felt a sense of gentle triumph. No battles, no thunderclaps, just one more flame rekindled. It was a humble victory, but a victory all the same. The glow from the stag's rest lingered in Hestia's thoughts as she walked away from Selena under the canopy of stars. She travelled east, guided by an unspoken instinct. Each day she passed smaller hamlets and villages, lighting small sparks of community wherever she could. Sometimes it was as simple as encouraging a neighbour to help another mend a fence, or suggesting a village midwife share stories in the communal square after harvest. Her influence was subtle, gentle nudges, a friendly conversation, a slight warmth in an otherwise cool night. Yet as she ventured farther, she began to sense a different kind of darkness stirring in mortal hearts, an apathy that went beyond mere forgetfulness. Rumors reached her ears of a new cult that preached the futility of old gods and old ways. At first she dismissed the gossip as another fleeting mortal movement, but the more she heard, the more alarmed she became. Whispers of Nixian ceremonies devoted to an oblique aspect of night, where participants fed on bitterness and despair, turning their backs on the warmth of communal life. Such movements were not new. Humans had always flirted with extremes, but something about these rumors unsettled her. The stories mentioned the extinguishing of household fires, the purposeful destruction of communal hearths, not simply neglect but an active rejection of warmth and light. This was more than just a shift in worship. It was an assault on the very idea of belonging. Hestia had never been a goddess of confrontation, but this matter struck at her core. She followed the clues until they led her to a remote valley shrouded by steep cliffs, a landscape of twisted cypress trees and dark, rocky soil. The locals referred to the place as Atheon. Approaching the valley, she noticed the hush, no birds, no rustle of small animals. A stale wind whipped across barren fields. Here and there, huts and houses stood askew, some abandoned entirely, the doors on others boarded shut. At the edge of the village, she found a small group of travellers, their faces grim, discussing the strange occurrences. One old woman, seeing Hestia's plain attire, warned her, "Turn back, traveller. The hearths here died long ago, and with them any sense of neighbourly kindness. The people gather instead in the old ruin, worshipping something else." Hestia offered a polite word of thanks, but continued onward, her resolve firm. She passed through the deserted main road. Dark windows stared at her like hollow eyes. Occasionally she glimpsed a face behind a shutter, watching her silently. She felt an undercurrent of fear, but also a strange numbness, as if these people had convinced themselves that warmth was an illusion. In the center of the village lay a crumbling stone temple, once a local shrine to the gods. Its columns were chipped and broken, the roof partially collapsed, but she could still make out ancient carvings, depicting the harvest, the sea, the sky, and, near what must have been an old altar, a faint depiction of a robed figure tending a flame. Her own symbol, now disfigured by deep, claw-like marks, as though someone had tried to scrub her presence from the stone. The sight pained her. She stepped over rubble entering the shattered remains of the temple's inner chamber. At its center was a gaping pit, strewn with damp ash and charred timbers. She knelt, touching the ash, feeling for any trace of heat. Instead, she felt a cold so profound it stung her fingers. This was no ordinary neglect. It was a deliberate extinguishing, a ritual banishment of warmth. "Do you feel the chill?" a voice asked, echoing in the hollow space. Hestia turned to see a tall figure shrouded in dark robes. Pale hands peeked out from voluminous sleeves, and a hood concealed much of the person's face. Nevertheless, Hestia sensed a presence beyond mere mortal. A faint aura of godhood clung to the figure, though it felt twisted and faint. "I do," she answered calmly, standing to face the stranger. "Who are you?" The figure inclined its head. "I am Melas, once a minor deity of night's left lights, patron of lonely corners. My domain was quiet and obscure, overshadowed by the brilliance of my siblings, until I found a new following among these mortals who reject the illusions of fire and comfort." Hestia studied Melas, sensing the bitterness that radiated from beneath the hood. She recognized the old pattern, a deity overshadowed by more prominent gods, seeking worshippers among those consumed by disillusionment. Yet the hostility toward the hearth was alarming. "Why turn them against warmth?" she asked, voice steady. Melas's laugh was a cold hiss. "You speak of beauty, sister, but what do mortals truly find in the dark? They see an endless void, a reflection of their deepest doubts. I offer them comfort in accepting that void, a relief from the lies of companionship and fleeting illusions of safety. The hearth is a false promise. Eventually, all fires die. In extinguishing the hearth, they face truth without ornamentation." Hestia felt her heart ache. Fire dies only to be reborn, cycle after cycle. A cold perspective that refuses new sparks can imprison an entire people in despair. She stepped closer. "A hearth is not a lie. It is a bond, a reminder that we are never fully alone, Sol." Melas flicked a wrist, and the ashes in the pit swirled up in a small funnel of dust, stinging Hestia's cheeks. "Words, words," he sneered. "You can do nothing here. This temple is mine now, as are these mortals' hearts. They prefer the stillness of the dark to the illusions of your flame." A wave of dread passed through Hestia. She had never been a goddess of confrontation, but neither would she permit an assault on the essence of home. "I will not allow you to turn them all away from each other," she said softly but firmly. Melas regarded her with contempt. "You have no seat in this domain, goddess of the warm fires. Even in Olympus you remain overshadowed. Let me fade in peace with these mortals who choose my darkness." Without another word, he vanished into the gloom, leaving Hestia in the crumbling temple. For a long moment she stood, hands clasped, collecting her resolve. The next step was not to chase Melas through shadows. She would not win a direct confrontation. Her power lay in gentle, enduring presence, in the simple fact that a spark can be rekindled if one's soul dares to believe. She left the temple, stepping into the one light that filtered through low clouds. In the broken streets, she found a handful of villagers rummaging for supplies, heads bowed against the cold wind. She approached them kindly, her voice carrying a hint of divine warmth. "Is there a place I can rest for the night?" They exchanged wary glances. One man finally nodded toward a leaning house. "That's the inn, though no one runs it anymore. You can shelter there if you like." Hestia thanked them, stepping inside the dilapidated structure. A dust coated the floor, and broken furniture lay scattered about. A battered hearth sat in one corner, blackened with old soot. But again, no fire. She sat down her traveling pack, kneeling to examine the ashes. Cold. Very cold. Outside, the sun began to set, bathing the village in harsh twilight. She reminded herself that she was not truly mortal. She did not need the fire for warmth. Yet her heart ached for these people who refused themselves the comfort of flame. Struck by a sudden idea, she exited the inn and walked back to the temple ruins. There, among the broken columns, she collected chunks of old timber and scraps of burnable material left behind. Several villagers saw her, confusion in their gazes, but she said nothing. Slowly she hauled the wood back to the inn, piece by piece, up away. She placed it in the cold hearth, arranged it carefully. With her slender flint and steel, borrowed from a kindness she'd once offered a traveller, she prepared to spark a flame. Hestia hesitated. The air that Melis's influence lay heavy here. Would the fire catch, or would the gloom snuff it out? A single strike, a tiny shower of sparks. Another attempt, then another. At last a small curl of smoke rose from the tinder. She knelt and blew softly. The glow intensified, coaxed into a fragile flame. She felt her divine essence flow into that ember, fueling it. Gradually the wood caught, a small orange glow reflecting on the dusty walls. For a moment the entire inn seemed to hold its breath. Hestia tended the fire with utmost care, feeding it twig by twig until the flame grew steady. A gentle warmth spread through the room. She sensed a presence at the doorway. Turning, she saw a child, wide-eyed, face smeared with dust, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. He stared at the fire as if it were a dragon. Hestia smiled softly. "Hello," she greeted. He inched forward, enthralled. "Is that real?" he whispered. "I haven't seen a fire in so long. My father said it's better to accept the cold." Hestia's eyes brimmed with compassion. "It is real," she answered. "It doesn't hurt to hope for a little warmth, does it?" The child shook his head, curiosity overcoming fear. Slowly he crept to the hearth and held out his hands to the glow. A small exhalation escaped his lips, a mixture of surprise and relief. "It's nice," he murmured. They were joined by a handful of others, mostly children and a few women. The men, either too jaded or firmly devoted to Melis's teachings, lingered outside. But as the new watchers crowded around, the small flame began to radiate more than just heat. It awakened something that had been dormant in them, a memory of closeness, of comfort, even in the face of creeping despair. That sliver of warmth can be powerful. Hestia reached for some older, half-rotten wood, placing it carefully on the fire to keep it burning. She said nothing lofty about gods or beliefs. She simply let the presence of flame speak for itself. Some children asked to feed the fire with twigs, each exclaiming in excitement as it crackled and glowed. Outside, thunder grumbled, whether natural or an ominous sign from some moody Olympian, or from Melis's domain, she did not know. But within the dilapidated inn, a spark of normalcy took hold. A few villagers who peered in from the broken windows wore conflicted expressions. Some turned away, unwilling to break their vow of darkness. Others lingered, drawn despite themselves. To Hestia it did not matter if only a handful accepted the flame that night. A single flame was enough to breach the wall of despair. Where once they'd believed in absolute cold, now they saw an alternative. The more the children smiled, the more certain Hestia became that Melis's tyranny of gloom was not absolute. As the night deepened, she remained by the fire, telling gentle stories of heroes past, simple tales of kindness and perseverance, of travelers who found shelter on stormy nights and strangers who became friends around a fire. She did not reveal her identity. She did not need to. Her purpose was to show that, no matter how dark the night, a small circle of light can banish isolation. Alia Stavros had spent decades researching mysteries that most scholars ignored. While other archaeologists clamored over the well-known wonders of Greece, Alia's heart led her to the lesser frequented fringes of the Peloponnesian countryside. Remote sites rumored to hold truths about gods who no longer received offerings or daily prayers. After 30 years of steadfast searching, she found a fading reference in a 14th century manuscript to a grotto once dedicated to Demeter, the ancient goddess of the harvest and grain. The source described this sacred place as the long-lost cradle of seeds. Intrigued by the promise of discovering something that might redefine the narrative of classical mythology, Alia embarked on what felt like her final and perhaps greatest quest. Upon reaching the rugged hillside in northern Arcadia, Alia saw nothing but gnarled olive trees and sun-scorched grass. She felt that sense of disappointment that had become familiar. Countless leads had led her to empty fields or rubble so thoroughly pulverized by time that no meaningful artifacts could be salvaged. But the air at this hillside carried a different resonance. Every breeze whispered with possibility, as though the land itself harbored a secret it was waiting to share. Alia set up camp in a small clearing, the same clearing noted by the medieval text location markers. A retired academic, she moved at a deliberate pace, making careful progress so as not to disturb the ground unnecessarily. She peeled away layers of dirt using a small trowel, meticulously marking every stone with her geospatial equipment and hand-drawn sketches. A few days into her excavation, Alia discovered a slab of carved limestone, partially obscured by ivy. The carving depicted bushels of wheat swirling around the slender silhouette of a woman, a goddess, presumably Demeter. Her distinctive staff, crowned by a pomegranate and sheaf of barley, was etched at the figure's side. Thrilled by this find, Alia carefully removed the ivy, strand by strand. She uncovered a series of cryptic inscriptions, each more complex than the last, symbols that seemed to predate the classical Greek script she was most familiar with. She recognized hints of Mycenaean influences but couldn't decode them fully yet. One engraved phrase stood out in archaic Greek. "Here lies the moment when fields slept in forgetfulness." The door of possibility opened wider. Not wanting to disturb what might be an entrance to an underground shrine, Alia spent 2 more days strengthening the area around the limestone. By the time she deemed the structure stable enough for further exploration, she was fatigued from the heat and the labor. Still, the excitement of potential discovery fueled her. Using a metal lever and the help of a local villager who had become curious about her work, Alia managed to pivot the heavy slab a few inches. The stone emitted a low groan, a sound reminiscent of an ancient corridor clearing its throat after centuries of silence. A dark gap appeared. She squeezed a flashlight through, revealing a small chamber beyond. Descending into gloom, the faint smell of damp stone emerged, tinged with something subtly sweet, an aroma that spoke to old soil and perhaps dried flowers or incense trapped in still air for millennia. That night, Alia tried to sleep in a tent, but her mind buzzed. Questions and excitement made rest elusive. Why would a shrine of Demeter be hidden here, so far from the major city-states where other temples had thrived? Did this have anything to do with the less-known aspects of Demeter's worship? Legends beyond the famous Eleusinian mysteries? She rummaged through every bit of mythological trivia in her brain, forming mental jigsaw puzzles. She recalled legends that depicted Demeter's raw anger after Persephone's abduction, how the goddess's wrath had once scorched the earth and starved humanity of its crops. Less commonly told tales recounted a time Demeter roamed disguised, teaching mortals the secrets of sowing and reaping. A swirling swirl of half-remembered stories kept Alia awake until morning. At the first sign of dawn she rose, eager to explore the subterranean chamber. Equipped with sturdy boots, a headlamp, and a careful sense of reverence, she descended. The tunnel was narrow, forcing her to crouch as she navigated the mossy floor. She realized that an earthquake must have partially collapsed the original structure, for the sides of the corridor were severely cracked. She found bits of broken pottery with ancient motifs. A few depicted a woman with grain in her arms, again suggestive of Demeter. Finally, she entered a circular chamber. In the middle stood a stone dais. The walls were engraved with a complex frieze detailing multiple scenes: mortals sowing seeds, an older woman weeping as fields lay barren, and a triumphant figure with a wreath of wheat atop her head. At the base of the frieze, faint lines of text described a forgotten ritual set to provide abundance to those who believed in Demeter's enduring guardianship. The last lines were partially destroyed by water damage, but Alia could sense the potency of the mythic vow that had once rung in that chamber. A strange presence weighed on the air. It was as if centuries' worth of prayers and whispered devotions, no longer carried to the heavens, had settled in the cracks of the stone. At the center of the dais, Alia discovered a shallow bowl carved out of onyx, a rare and precious material. Unlike the rest of the chamber, the bowl was impeccably smooth and showed no signs of age or erosion. She tentatively brushed its surface with gloved fingertips. A surge of warmth shot through her hand, making her recoil. Stunned, Aaliyah wondered if it was merely her overstimulated imagination, but the bowl remained warm, radiating a gentle heat akin to a living being. She realized she might be standing at the heart of an undiscovered chapter in Greek worship, something neither the mainstream historians nor the devoted Hellenic reconstructionists had fully tapped into. Nervousness mingled with excitement. Could it be that the goddess's energy still lingered here, waiting to be acknowledged? Aaliyah wanted to test the warmth more rigorously, perhaps with a temperature gauge, but something told her that rational instruments would not fully capture the phenomenon. Instead, she reached into her bag for a small tin of water she used to wash artifacts. She poured a few droplets into the onyx bowl. The water sizzled upon contact, evaporating almost instantly. The faint steam that rose from the bowl had a pleasing scent, reminiscent of new blossoms. Aaliyah's heart pounded. As a woman of science, she knew her senses could deceive her, but as a person open to the deeper mysteries of existence, she felt a profound moment of awakening, as though a long-lost door in her psyche had been nudged open. From behind her came a subtle shift in the air, like a breeze in a room where no wind should exist. She turned abruptly, shining her headlamp over the walls. Nothing. No movement except the swirl of dust motes in the beam of her light. She faced the dais again, noticing that the onyx bowl no longer glowed with warmth. The sensation had vanished, as if it had never existed. "This is bigger than me," Aaliyah whispered, voice trembling. And she was right. Grabbing her notebook, she meticulously recorded every detail she could. Measurements of the dais, sketches of the frieze, translations of the remaining inscriptions. She felt certain that the next steps would require both academic collaboration and a leap of faith. After all, faith was once the current of the divine, but the modern world had changed, drifting away from the old gods. Who would believe her claims? Who would care enough to protect the site instead of exploiting it for tourism or private gain? Exhausted but invigorated, Aaliyah emerged from the chamber that evening to find the sunset painting the sky in rose and amber. She carefully resealed the slab entrance, determined to keep the site undisturbed until she could plan for its preservation. She felt the lingering warmth of the onyx in her bones, as if a silent vow had bound her to Demeter's legacy. And in that moment, she realized her years of obscure research might finally bear the fruit she had longed for. Something was awakening in this hidden place, and Aaliyah had become its unwitting herald. Back in Athens, Aaliyah's tiny apartment was brimming with boxes of notes, photographs, and half-translated inscriptions. A single overhead lamp illuminated the swirling dust particles in her cramped study, while the rest of the apartment languished in darkness. Her windows remained shuttered, not because she disliked the Athenian bustle, but because she feared the prying gaze of colleagues who might cast derision on her unproven claims. She consulted with Dr. Elias Maropis, an old friend and occasional rival from her days at the University of Crete. He specialized in the archaic rituals of the Greek countryside, exactly the niche knowledge she needed. Over black coffee in a quiet corner cafe, Aaliyah spread out her sketches and carefully described the subterranean shrine and the strangely warm onyx bowl. Elias's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he ran a finger along the edges of one drawing. "This carving of Demeter," he remarked, pointing to the staff in the goddess's hand, "is unusual. I see a pomegranate at the staff's tip, but also barley. Pomegranates typically symbolize Persephone or the underworld connection. Barley is the sign of harvest. Maybe this is an intersection of fertility and the boundary between life and death fascinating." Encouraged, Aaliyah nodded. Exactly. It might represent a unique aspect of Demeter's power, one that bridged both the nurturing life force of harvest and the darker cycles of decay. Elias tapped the parchment. The reference to the moment field slept in forgetfulness. That might allude to the time Demeter let the earth go barren out of grief or anger. But this text suggests a kind of healing ritual, or a vow to reawaken the land once it's been cast into oblivion. Aaliyah leaned in. So maybe it's a metaphor for second chances, or renewal after a deep spiritual winter. Elias thought for a moment, then said, "We need to study that chamber meticulously. Radiocarbon dating, residue analysis, everything. If this site is as untouched as you say, we could uncover something groundbreaking about ancient worship practices. It might even shed light on obscure local cults to Demeter that have never been documented. A swirl of excitement filled Aaliyah's chest. I want to secure the site first, she said. I'm worried about treasure hunters or even the government stepping in and bulldozing it without understanding its value. We must approach the Ministry of Culture carefully. Elias gently placed a hand on hers. Agreed. Let's keep this quiet until we have more evidence. Then we can present a formal proposal with strong backing. With that plan in mind, the two parted ways. Aaliyah spent the next week gathering supplies. Cameras suited for low-light conditions, advanced scanning devices, and a specialized team she could trust. She was meticulous in handpicking the few colleagues who would join her. All were either retired from the politics-ridden university scene or had proven themselves staunch supporters of preserving Greece's lesser-known heritage sites. Early one morning, the group arrived at the hillside in Arcadia. The local villager who had once helped Alia was pleased to see more attention being paid to the area. I always suspected there was something special about that hill, he said. Tipping his cap, Aaliyah guided them down into the hidden chamber. Dust swirled. Flashlights danced across the walls, and hushed murmurs of awe filled the cramped space. One of the archaeologists, a slight woman named Katerina, examined the onyx bowl with latex gloves. It's rare to find onyx in such an unweathered state, she said. It almost feels like it's radiating a pulse. Aaliyah glanced at Elias, who gave her a nod. They were both reluctant to mention the warmth she had experienced until they had actual data, or a repeated occurrence. Still, the group meticulously set up scanning equipment. They used a 3D laser to capture the dimensions of the chamber and took countless high-resolution photographs of the engravings. At dusk, they emerged, exhausted but triumphant. Once the initial excitement subsided, they camped near the site, sharing stories around a makeshift campfire. One of the local farmers who joined out of curiosity said, "It's funny, my grandparents used to talk about an ancient spirit in these lands, an old woman who wandered the fields at night, ensuring the crops would grow. They'd leave small offerings of bread and salt on their doorsteps every autumn." Aaliyah looked up from her dinner. That legend might very well be an echo of Demeter's presence. Huddled around the fire, the group discussed all they had seen in the chamber. Katerina speculated that the site might be older than the Eleusinian mysteries. Another archaeologist insisted on the possibility of it being an offshoot cult, dating from the classical era but hidden away for secrecy. Their debate crackled with more energy than the flames in front of them. Throughout it all, Aaliyah felt a creeping sensation of being observed, as though invisible eyes lingered just beyond the flickering perimeter of firelight. That night she slept fitfully in her tent. Dreams came, vivid and potent. A tall woman clothed in a robe of wheat stalks, hair the color of golden hay, eyes ancient and deep as the earth itself, beckoned to Alia wordlessly, leading her through endless fields. The wind carried the smell of fresh-tilled soil, and Aaliyah felt tears rolling down her face, though she didn't know why. When she woke at dawn, the tears were still there, and her cheeks felt cold in the morning air. The following days were a flurry of research. The group meticulously documented every inch of the chamber, capturing unprecedented detail. One curious development emerged. Every so often a soft hum echoed through the chamber, like a faint tuning fork. It was a low, vibrating sound that set everyone on edge. Searching for an explanation, Katerina theorized that the hum could be related to seismic activity, but the geological surveys showed no immediate fault lines or tremors to explain it. Another suggestion was that wind or changing temperatures outside might create resonance in the chamber's confined space, yet the conditions outside remained stable during the humming episodes, making that explanation unlikely, too. Meanwhile, Elia's dreams persisted. They grew more detailed, sometimes frightening. She wandered in a barren land under a scorching sun. Crops withered and animals lay shriveled on the ground. In the distance she saw the same wheat-robed woman, shaking her head in sorrow. The message was clear. The land was dying, or at least threatened by some unseen force. Amid the data collection, Alia grew restless. The team seemed content to unravel the archaeological significance, but she sensed a living presence tethered to that onyx bowl. If it truly was a conduit for the goddess's power, then perhaps the ancient vow etched into the wall still lingered. She felt certain that Demeter's essence, her capacity for regeneration, was bound to this place. One afternoon, while the others were documenting artifacts, Alia brought an offering to the onyx bowl, just a handful of seeds she'd carried from a local farm. With a small flourish, she scattered the seeds into the bowl, half expecting them to smolder or vanish. Instead, the seeds just lay there, inert. She sighed, feeling the weight of foolishness. She wasn't a priestess. She was a modern scholar. Sometimes the lines between faith and fact blurred dangerously, yet her intuition wouldn't let go. She studied the seeds in the onyx bowl, remembering the dreams of barren fields and that silent figure. "If you're out there, Demeter," Alia whispered, "help me understand. Show me what you need." The seeds remained still, but something in the chamber's atmosphere shifted, an intangible stirring. Alia's hair prickled at her neck. She couldn't tell if it was the hush of ancient air or something deeper, more profound. Either way, she quietly gathered her thoughts and left the seeds behind, as if leaving a small token of sincerity for whatever presence lingered. Outside, the sun dipped low over the hillside, painting the horizon with a blazing palette of oranges and reds. Alia stood there, watched by the silent stones and the stunted olive trees. She found herself thinking of the old rites of women who once invoked Demeter for the survival of their families and communities. In their prayers, they acknowledged that life and death, growth and decay, are part of the same cycle. Modern society, with its rush toward technology and convenience, often overlooked this truth. She wondered if the goddess might still have something to teach, if only people's hearts were open enough to listen. Returning to the camp, Alia resolved to push deeper, beyond mere scholarly observation. Yes, data and methodology were crucial, but so was the intangible realm of myth and devotion. Perhaps bridging those worlds was the key to unlocking the chamber's riddle, and maybe even averting the dark visions of a dying land that haunted her nights. Weeks passed, and word began to spread in academic circles that Alia Stavros had unearthed something extraordinary in Arcadia. A trickle of interest became a stream of inquiries, culminating in a request from a prestigious European institution that wanted exclusive access to publish the findings. The Greek Ministry of Culture also started paying attention, scheduling an official inspection. While these developments could elevate Alia's discovery to historical significance, they also threatened to overshadow the shrine's deeper mysteries. Bureaucracy, funding, and scholarly fame suddenly loomed large. Alia felt torn. On one hand, she wanted recognition for her life's work. On the other, the site wasn't just another ruin to be catalogued and controlled. She suspected that once government agencies took over, the intangible aspects, those strange hums, the ephemeral warmth, would be dismissed or exploited. She spent sleepless nights balancing professional ambition against a sense of guardianship. Meanwhile, the research team continued its deep analyses. Katerina discovered residue within the onyx bowl that contained pollen traces from plant species long extinct in the region. Dating suggested some of these species thrived over 2,000 years ago, then vanished due to climatic shifts and deforestation. This supported the idea that the bowl might have been central to some agricultural ritual lost to time. Elias found that the inscriptions around the chamber's perimeter seemed to reference a cyclical ceremony, performed once a generation, aimed at renewing the earth's fertility. It spoke of a pact made between mortals and the goddess, a vow to honor the fragility of the land in exchange for bountiful harvests. The text hinted that, if neglected, the land could slip into a state of permanent dormancy. Alia's earlier translation of "the moment fields slept in forgetfulness" took on renewed relevance. It was less about a single historical event and more about a recurring danger. But for all their breakthroughs, no one could explain the subtle phenomena, the fleeting warmth of the onyx or the low hum that occasionally filled the chamber. The group installed sensitive audio equipment and thermal cameras, but the data captured was inconclusive. Hums that resembled some sort of resonance wave would appear randomly, and heat signatures on the bowl spiked unpredictably, only to fade minutes later. Bothered by the mounting tension, academic interest, official curiosity, and the unsolved riddle, Aaliyah decided to revisit her approach. She began poring over obscure oracles, looking for any mention of cyclical rites involving Demeter. One evening, by the glow of her old desk lamp in the Athens apartment, she stumbled upon a little-known text by a 2nd century philosopher named Chorus of Phthia. In it, Chorus described a ritual to honor Demeter's grief and joy, simultaneously symbolized by mixing seeds with water from a sacred spring. The seeds were then placed on an altar, left to germinate as an act of faith in renewal. Aaliyah remembered the seeds she had left in the onyx bowl. She hadn't dared to move or inspect them again. Could they be germinating? She reached for her phone and called Elias, brimming with excitement. "We need fresh spring water," she said without preamble. If this text is right, pouring that water over seeds in the presence of Demeter's symbol might trigger whatever ancient vow was once made. Elias was skeptical, but intrigued. Finding an unpolluted, natural spring these days is no easy task, he pointed out. But I do recall an old mountain spring near the site. The locals talk about its pure water. They decided to try. With the Ministry of Culture's inspection looming, Aaliyah felt they only had a small window to conduct a more spiritual experiment before the bureaucrats arrived. Early the next morning, the pair hiked to the spring, collecting water in sterilized glass containers. The water was cold and crystal clear, tasting faintly of minerals, but lacking any chemical or modern contamination. Returning to the shrine, they found Katerina already documenting pottery shards. Aaliyah quietly asked for a moment of privacy in the chamber. Respectful of Aaliyah's intuition, Katerina obliged, heading off to photograph the outer corridor. Aaliyah and Elias entered the circular chamber, hearts pounding with a mix of rational skepticism and daring hope. A single beam of sunlight filtered through a small crevice in the ceiling, illuminating the dais. Aaliyah carefully approached the onyx bowl. The seeds she had left earlier looked unchanged. Small brown flecks scattered across the smooth black stone. With a steady hand, she opened the container of spring water and poured just enough to moisten the seeds. The effect was instantaneous and stunning. The seeds glistened in the sunlight, and a soft halo of warmth emanated from the onyx, just like Aaliyah had felt before. Elias gasped, stepping backward as though confronted by a ghost. The onyx seemed to glow from within, not in any bright or fluorescent way, but as if an invisible ember had been ignited. A low hum reverberated deeper this time, filling the chamber with a gentle vibration that resonated in their chests. Aaliyah felt as though her heartbeat momentarily synchronized with the hum. The seeds themselves remained seeds, not magically sprouting in seconds, but a subtle shift in the atmosphere made the moment feel sacred, as if they were standing on the edge of an ancient threshold. Elias recovered his composure enough to take measurements with a handheld thermal sensor. The device showed a spike from a normal 25 degrees to nearly 32 degrees in the bowl's immediate vicinity. This temperature remained stable for several minutes, while the rest of the chamber stayed at its usual cool environment. Then, as suddenly as it began, the glow faded, the hum receded, the temperature reading dropped back to normal. Silence returned, broken only by the echo of dripping water from the corridor. Aaliyah knelt beside the dais, placing her hand near the bowl. Now she felt more convinced than ever that something truly divine, or at least beyond normal science, was stirring. Elias's skeptical mask had fallen away. He set his measuring device aside and looked at Aaliyah with widened eyes. This is extraordinary," he whispered. "I need to run more tests, but I can't deny something is happening here." Before they could discuss it further, Katerina called from the tunnel, her voice tinged with urgency. "They're here! The inspectors from the ministry!" Aaliyah and Elias exchanged glances. Any deeper investigation into the shrine's mystical properties would now be overshadowed by official scrutiny. Hurrying to greet the officials, She obviously left the seeds soaking in the onyx bowl, quietly brimming with their new potential. A small entourage of ministry representatives, along with a couple of news reporters, stood at the entrance. Their leader was a formidable woman named Diane Papadakis, known for her efficiency and unflinching adherence to protocol. She brushed past Aaliyah's polite greetings to examine the site herself. "Remarkable," Diane said blandly as she ran a gloved hand along the carved images in the corridor. "We'll need to fence off the area, bring in a state-approved team for further excavation and preservation measures." Aaliyah tried to push back politely, emphasizing the uniqueness of the find and her team's ongoing research. Diane offered a thin smile. "Yes, yes, but these things must be done properly, under official guidance. We can't have unauthorized persons tampering with a potentially significant national treasure." Her tone was condescending, as though Aaliyah were a child who had stumbled on something she didn't fully understand. A creeping fear coiled in Aaliyah's stomach. If the government claimed full control, the site could become locked behind red tape, or worse, turned into a tourist attraction with superficial plaques. The intangible phenomena that spoke to Demeter's continuing essence might be lost under a glossy veneer of institutional handling. Despite her worry, Aaliyah guided the group down into the chamber. The officials snapped photographs, made notes, and consulted with each other in hushed tones. Journalists asked superficial questions, mostly about the historical age of the site and whether it might rival Eleusis in fame. No one asked about the living power it seemed to contain. By the time the entourage left, Aaliyah and Elias were left with a sinking feeling that they had only a limited window to unravel the true significance of the shrine. Once bureaucracy set in, their access might be severely restricted. They needed a plan, something that would honor the vow implied in the ancient carvings, while also providing enough empirical evidence to convince the modern powers that be. In the ensuing days, Aaliyah's nightmares intensified. Each night, she saw the same vision of a parched earth cracking like old pottery. In the distance, a silent Demeter turned her back, walking away. Aaliyah's intuition told her that if they failed to re-establish this lost ritual, the consequences might echo beyond a mere academic footnote. Perhaps it was symbolic, or perhaps it was literal. An era of environmental collapse lurking at humanity's doorstep, worsened by neglecting nature's sacred cycles. But how could Aaliyah convince the officials, or even her own colleagues, that a mythic vow needed to be renewed for the sake of the land? It bordered on madness by contemporary standards, yet everything she'd seen and felt in that chamber pointed toward a truth older than science and deeper than mere legend. The goddess Demeter might be waiting for a genuine act of faith, and time was running out. A wave of anxiety rippled through the team in the face of mounting governmental oversight. To buy time, Elias advocated for a thorough academic paper that documented the site's historical importance, urging the ministry to proceed cautiously. Katerina busied herself with finishing an exhaustive inventory of artifacts, hoping that the sheer detail would delay any immediate conversion of the shrine into a tourist site. The clock ticked on. Aaliyah, for her part, focused on unraveling the forgotten ritual that might renew Demeter's covenant with the earth. The text hinted at a communal act, not just a singular offering. Something about the nature of Demeter's blessing required shared reverence, a collective acknowledgement that the fertility of the land was tied to people's respect and gratitude. This flew in the face of modern attitudes that viewed the earth as a mere resource. One day, Aaliyah visited the local village to learn about any lingering customs that could be connected to Demeter. Over cups of strong coffee in a humble kitchen, an elderly woman named Gianna recalled childhood stories. "When I was a girl, we had a small festival every spring," she said. "We laid flowers in a wreath and walked through the fields, praying for a good harvest. My mother said it was an old custom, something we did to appease the earth. But with time, the festival faded, overshadowed by farming methods and new economic realities." Aaliyah's pulse quickened. This was it, a remnant of community worship. Perhaps it was more than just a quaint folk tradition. Gathering flowers, weaving them into a wreath, offering them with prayer. It echoed the ancient practice of acknowledging the changing seasons. While the gesture alone might not conjure a goddess, it could serve as the communal peace she'd been missing. She returned to the dig site, brimming with a sense of purpose. She approached Elias, Katerina, and a few of the others, outlining her plan to hold a modest ceremony at the shrine, one that bridged local custom with the ancient vow. Though some of them looked skeptical, Elias stepped forward, determined to help. "If the goddess's presence is truly here," he said quietly, "maybe we owe it to history, and to our own times, to honor her properly." They decided on the upcoming Sunday, a day most of the villagers would have off from field work or other jobs. Aaliyah wanted them to be part of it because it was their heritage too. Through discreet conversations, she invited farmers, shopkeepers, and local families to join in a small blessing ceremony near sunset. She was cautious about tipping off the ministry or the press, not wanting to turn the event into a spectacle. The day arrived, warm and bright, under a cloudless sky. The villagers gathered by the hillside with flowers, seeds, and homemade wreaths, curiosity and a dash of excitement coloring their expressions. A few older residents smiled knowingly, as though recognizing an old friend in this revived tradition. Younger faces looked on with mild intrigue, uncertain about what was about to happen. Aaliyah led the procession to the mouth of the subterranean chamber. She spoke softly, explaining the intention. To honor the land, to acknowledge the ancient guardianship of Demeter, and to renew a simple vow of gratitude and stewardship. There was no pretense of grand magic or dogma, just a wish to connect with the cycle of nature that had sustained humans for millennia. They formed a half-circle around the dais. Aaliyah stood at the center, a hand resting on the onyx bowl, now filled again with fresh spring water and seeds. The chamber glowed in the torchlight, the carved images of Demeter flickering as though alive in the shifting shadows. A hush fell over the group. Even the children sensed something momentous was unfolding. Still, the deeper meaning of the discovery went beyond lab data. Aaliyah believed the real miracle was how an ancient myth had bridged a gap in the modern world, prompting people to recall their shared responsibility to the earth. The goddess Demeter, long relegated to the realm of classical stories, had re-emerged as a symbol of a truth humanity risked forgetting, that sustenance isn't a guaranteed right, but a delicate relationship requiring reverence and care. Soon after, on a mild autumn afternoon, Aaliyah walked alone through the fields near the shrine. Harvest was in full swing. She breathed in the scent of tilled soil and ripe olives, her mind drifting to that moment in the chamber when the hum filled the air and the onyx glowed. Her life's work felt validated in a way no academic award or government funding could ever replicate. She had witnessed the intangible, the meeting place of myth and reality. And though Demeter might no longer receive formal worship across the modern world, something of her spirit endured, embodied in every seed planted with hope, every harvest gathered in gratitude. Aaliyah reached a small crest overlooking the countryside. She paused, imagining for a moment Demeter herself quietly roaming the land, ensuring the seasonal cycle continued. Perhaps the goddess appeared in different guises now, a dedicated farmer, a conscientious scientist, anyone who strives to heal and grow rather than deplete and destroy. The lines of myth and mortal life had become beautifully blurred. From her vantage point, Aaliyah saw new green shoots rising in the fields below. She closed her eyes, recalling the whisper she had sensed during the ritual. "Tend the earth, and it shall tend to you." The words echoed in her memory, comforting and wise. She opened her eyes to the panorama of possibility before her, a land that was at once ancient and new, bearing the indelible mark of an old vow renewed. With one last lingering smile, Aaliyah started down the slope. She felt in her bones that Demeter, though largely forgotten by modern worship, had never fully vanished. Instead, she waited in the quiet corners of the world, ready to bestow her blessing upon those willing to remember. And remembering, Aaliyah realized, was the first step to growing, to thriving, and to forging a future where the richness of myth and the reality of the earth's fragile balance could coexist in harmony. Gently quivering leaves and shadows formed shapes that seemed almost alive. There, in the heart of this ancient wilderness, Artemis stood tall with her bow in hand, feeling the earth breathe beneath her feet. She let her gaze wander upward until it caught the moon, her silent companion, forever above the mortal realm. Even in darkness, the world was never truly dark to her. She pressed her palm against the rough trunk of an old oak. The bark felt warm despite the night's chill, as though the tree held onto a memory of sunlight. She could sense a disturbance in the forest. Animals that typically roamed freely, wolves, stags, bees, were unusually restless. Some primal hush had swept over them. They hid in hollows and tucked themselves behind brambles, as if dreading an unseen threat. In the moonlight, Artemis's ears caught the faint rasp of leaves. A lesser huntress might have dismissed the sound as a squirrel darting through the brush, but Artemis was no novice. She understood every shift of wind, every voice of the trees. Without turning her head, she closed her eyes and reached out with that deeper sense that bound her to the wild. Something was in pain. She could almost taste the sharp tang of suffering in the air. Drawing a breath, she advanced deeper into the thicket, her steps soundless. Gnarled roots rose from the ground like arthritic fingers. Vines brushed against her arms as she passed, snagging on the fringes of her simple tunic. A faint glow shimmered through the branches ahead. Artemis paused, lifting her hand to signal her companion. An owl perched high on a branch, golden-eyed and utterly still. The bird launched itself into silent flight, scouting for danger while she continued forward. At last she found the source of that otherworldly glow. A wounded deer, its flanks flickering with pale luminescence. Its eyes were wide with terror and pain. By mortal standards, this was no ordinary animal. It had been touched by something divine, a subtle radiance that clung to its fur like stardust. Long ago, creatures like these roamed freely, gifted with a trace of Olympian magic. Now they were a rare sight, often hiding in remote places. "Caw," Artemis whispered softly, recognizing the ancient breed of deer that Huandaid Summit had once thrived near her oldest shrines. The deer stirred, attempting to stand on trembling legs, but it stumbled back down with a muffled cry. Bright blood stained the moss beneath it. Artemis knelt, placing a gentle hand on its neck. Warm tears gathered at the corners of the deer's dark eyes. The goddess felt its heartbeat drumming, fear, as if it recognized her, but also feared all presences right now, divine or otherwise. She discovered a deep laceration across its hindquarters, the edges charred. This was no wound from a common predator. The burn mark suggested a weapon endowed with unnatural power, something forged with an energy beyond mortal knowledge. Artemis tightened her jaw. Time, she had to act. Reaching into the worn leather pouch on her hip, she drew out a pinch of moonlit herbs, meticulously gathered from secret clearings known only to her. She crushed the leaves between her palms, chanting a soft incantation older than any mortal language, older even than some young gods on Olympus. A silvery glow seeped from her fingertips into the deer's wound. When she finished, the deer's breathing stabilized. The flicker in its fur glowed brighter for an instant before dimming, as if returning to the deeper tapestry of night. Carefully, Artemis helped the creature to its feet. It wavered but remained standing. "Go," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Be free." The deer looked at her with what almost seemed like gratitude, then hobbled into the undergrowth. The moonlight parted, allowing its safe passage. As the last glint of its luminescent fur disappeared, Artemis closed her eyes, letting relief wash through her. Yet unease tempered that feeling. Someone or something was assaulting her domain, harming one of her sacred animals. Her owl companion alighted on a low branch, letting out a single hoot of alarm. Artemis turned her head sharply, scanning the forest's edge. She glimpsed a figure deeper in the trees, barely visible but undeniably there, cloaked perhaps in a hood or helmet. She couldn't be sure, but she felt the aura it carried, of old aggression and unfamiliar magic. Without hesitation she nocked an arrow, the motion as natural to her as breathing. Drawing back the bowstring, she aimed at the spot where the figure had stood, but there was only darkness. Whoever it was, they had vanished with unnatural speed. The presence lingered like a metallic taste on her tongue. It reminded her of the restless nights after a clash with Orion, or the echo of her wrath when Actaeon paid for his trespass. This was a different kind of threat. Not a mortal man stumbling upon her bathing place, not a braggart huntsman proclaiming himself the greatest archer. The strange burn on the deer's flesh indicated a force that defied the usual laws of Olympus. Artemis exhaled slowly, lowering her bow. Something about this felt older, deeper. It awakened an unease within her, a memory of half-forgotten myths about primordial powers that slumbered well beneath the knowledge of even the Olympian gods. She glanced at the heavens once more. The moon gazed back, silent as ever, but there was comfort in its patient glow. Around her, the forest stood still. She realized that each creature, wolf, hare, owl, was watching, waiting for her reaction. The wild realm recognized its mistress's disquiet and responded in kind. A breeze finally stirred, whispering through the canopy. Leaves rustled like a hushed conversation overhead that carried scents from far away. Sea salt, distant pine, a faint whiff of approaching storms. Artemis closed her eyes, letting the wind glide across her skin. She thought of her father Zeus, enthroned high on Olympus, presiding over storms and mortal destinies. She thought of her twin brother Apollo, the radiant archer who reveled in the sun's domain. Between them she had found her own place as keeper of the wilderness and maidenhood, forging a path that seldom intersected with mortal concerns, unless they dared provoke her wrath or harm her creatures. But now harm had indeed come. She couldn't ignore it. There would be a reckoning, a fierce hunt. She had always protected those under her aegis, whether they were nymphs or the sacred beasts in her forests. Those who threatened them would face her unerring arrows. Gathering her poise, Artemis pressed her hand again to the oak trunk. Her vow to shield the deer, the nymphs, and all innocent wanderers of the wood was as old as she could remember. This time, though, the vow felt sharper, more urgent. She sensed that the hidden threat in her realm was no mere trespasser. The hush of the forest settled in once more, and she could almost feel the heartbeat of the land beneath her feet. There, within the deep hush, a new determination formed. She would seek out this intruder, no matter how ancient or arcane its origin. She had roamed the wild since time immemorial, and no corner of the natural world was closed to her. Stepping over twisted roots and snaking vines, Artemis moved with the quiet confidence of a panther on the prowl. Her breath was steady, her stride sure. The owl followed in her wake, an eerie silhouette against the moonlit sky. Before long she found an old path, rarely travelled by mortals, marked by faint impressions of deer hooves, goat prints, and maybe even the light tracks of a passing satyr. She remembered that the route led toward the ruins of an ancient shrine dedicated to her earliest aspects, back when she was not just a huntress, but also a protector of crossroads, a guardian for wanderers. It might have been centuries since she last visited that abandoned place. Still, the memory of it tugged at her mind, reminding her that some secrets can lie sleeping for eons, only to awaken in times of danger. Perhaps something in those crumbling stones held answers. Resolute, Artemis set off. The moon overhead seemed to guide her, a pale torch lighting her way. Each step stirred the fragrances of pine resin, damp earth, and star-kissed flowers. The hush that had fallen on the forest began to lift, replaced by the gentle hum of insects and distant calls of night birds. Even so, a subtle tension lingered, like a withheld breath. Yes, she decided, she would find out who had tried to defile her domain and wound a sacred creature under her protection. And once she found them, they would learn what it meant to awaken the huntress of the moon. Her vow was sealed in the quiet rustling of leaves. Somewhere in the darkness, an unknown foe might already be laying new traps, but Artemis walked forward, unafraid. The moon and forest were hers, and so was the unwavering determination in her heart. She would unravel this mystery, arrow by arrow, if necessary. At the path's first bend, she paused briefly, one hand reaching up to brush the soft feathers of her owl companion. A hush of understanding passed between goddess and bird. Then, with swift grace, they continued into the night, the forest opening before them as if bowing to welcome its rightful guardian. Artemis approached the aged shrine by dawn's first glimmer. Pale light crept through the cypress trees, illuminating a once grand stone structure now reclaimed by nature. Ivy blanketed the crumbling pillars, and moss thrived in the cracks of marble steps that bore the faint footprints of ages long gone. The place reminded her of a dream half-remembered, important, yet blurred around the edges. A portion of the roof had caved in, leaving broken tiles scattered on the ground like fallen dominoes.